Right where we left off here, I guess off stream I did do some fishing. I did the arena stuff. So everyone, I did like the next, well, not everyone. So for Kisara, we had to do advanced tier for Kisara, and then I did some party battles. And in doing that, you know, in addition to the fishing and whatnot, I unlocked some skill trees for some people, but I also unlocked outfits for everybody. So we're all wearing the new outfits. So you see the blue outfit for Xion. We have Rinwell with this white and blue outfit. We have Kisara with her black and red. Me, this is gold, which, I mean, you can kind of see that's gold. When you compare it to other things, you can, you know, see how traditionally, like, this is silver. So, yes, that's gold and black. Again, for some weird reason, I don't know why. I'm just not a fan of any of these color combinations other than the default one for Law. But there you go. Red and white for Law. And then Dohalim, this is actually not the new one. This is from the other day where we got two of them. So this is black and purple, but he also has a new one which we'll wear, which is green and, I say black, yeah, black, purple, and gold. Whereas this is green and gold. So we'll check that out too. For now, we gotta wear this one. So yeah, everyone has new outfits. I'd say I like a lot of them, obviously. I like her blue. Her white is okay. It's just that I really like the dark blue. It just fits her so much more. The red's cool too, but again, I like the black. His gold's fine. So none of these are going to be their main ones, I would say. Although his green, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like his personality. I still like the default one the best, but like all of these look good. I don't know. But yeah, so we'll mess with these today, and then we can actually, unless we unlock more somehow, but if we don't, we'll go to the ones I like the most, which we'll have to decide for her. She has a lot of good ones. I like the red. I like the default. This is just an off default where it's pink instead of red, which is fine. It's more so what she's wearing, and I might take off the wings. We'll see. Okay. So again, we got all those outfits for doing the party stuff. Got some skill trees. Nothing all too insane in terms of like what's unlocked, so it's not really worth going over because I don't even know what skill trees are new here. But yeah, I did some of that stuff off stream. All right. Something's gonna happen here. Oh, okay, we got a thingy. So something's definitely gonna happen here.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location, if the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy?
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go!
This is a big boy. Alright, let's see.
But we have no choice.
Let me know
Why
if you
can't I
need healing.
lock? I'm pressing L1, nothing's happening.
Here it comes. Focus.
On your toes, everyone.
Yeah, wait.
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask?
We can't attack or do
Of course
anything right
I'm
now, just
scared.
dodge.
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
Eat dirt. Summoning Zoogle?
There we go.
Take care of them.
And one target.
Keeping
Perfect.
an eye on it.
Armor breaker. Fuck. Oh my god, what the fuck just happened there?
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Alright, so she's either gonna be healing circle around me or Kisara. God fucking damn it, dude. Just knocked me so far away, and that was complete waste. Wow. Everything is just going to shit immediately. Alright, Xion, what are you doing? heal us. You.
Far enough. All right. Now where was
Ignite!
Sleep now. Water.
No escape!
here? Amazing.
Be still!
Light astral energy.
I'm not building up a fucking boost combo thing. What the fuck?
Lightning strike.
There you go. Don't let up.
Take this! No escape! Here I come!
That's the biggest problem right there. Is we're not building up the boost combos. These guys would have been dead, but we got to get them all the way down to 0. Good. Dodge. At least I was able to see him attack this time.
This ends now! I'm not done!
Okay, I wish if this slam his arm down at once after running the guess.
Blow away! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Did it!
Yeah. Nice technique. Time to shine.
What's this camera angle? I can't turn the camera either. What is going on?
Keep up the pressure.
The unique fight. Certainly, but there's a lot of limitations to things.
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm!
I'm gonna save all my boost shit since we can get him down without it.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Okay, oh, now I can turn the camera.
Here come more.
We'll just have to keep fighting.
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Lightning condemned.
Dragon Swarm!
Thunderblade.
You
Can
made me
use the boost
angry.
here.
That was a bad idea.
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble. Think we overdid it?
Far beyond
Get
the
behind me. Not the...
Where are you going?
Destruction! Here I
That
come!
was only one person to hit. God damn it. Is he going for it? Wow. Okay. I'll bet that she can have hers. Yeah, Rimwell's gonna keep. Yeah, she's gonna instantly recharge it because of she's hitting all of them.
One at a time.
Not a chance! Try harder! Not a chance!
Lightning condemned.
Their arcs were interrupted.
Swarm!
Make it right. Coming after me.
I'm coming, Renwell.
Okay,
I'm
Xion,
I'm told.
what did you just do? Because you were supposed to heal me. Didn't circle around her. I guess you did heal me.
Lightning orb.
Okay, where she's right here. Again, I can't. Sometimes you can turn her camera, sometimes you can't. It's very weird. So right now I can. When we're fighting, we can't turn the camera. But when it's just the big guy, we can. Oh no, now I can again. This is so odd. I don't know if it's intentional or not.
Really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you around. As impressive as always. Frozen.
Hammer. Reinforcements incoming.
Not a problem.
Alright, let's get you. Oh, she's not ready, but you're ready, so that's fine.
Lightning orb. I don't know where that came from.
Dragon Swarm! Sword Lane Alpha!
Water. This is my call.
Lightning Thrust!
Spread. Lightning orb. Spear.
Rimwell just keep popping herself because all of them are going at once. She's so good.
Raging
Think you
cascade.
can try?
Great! My turn!
I'll heal you all. Purge malevolence.
Sword Lane Alpha! Take this!
Sleep now.
No escape! Destruction!
Not on my watch. Arc seal.
Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation. Magna
Blow
now.
away!
Shield. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Not a chance!
I'll heal you all.
Is there any other little guys left? There's 2 of them.
Shield.
Lightning condemned. Healing circle.
Ooh, nice. She did a healing circle too. I thought I was running over there. That worked out marvelously.
Thanks, Xion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better. Not a chance! No
Dodge
escape!
there.
Soaring now!
Get on in there with the others.
Blow away!
Why'd you switch targets?
Take this! We did it! Not a chance!
Lightning
Yep.
orb.
No escape!
Up and out. Let's go.
Hurricane
It looks like you got this recovered.
So yeah, against these guys, we can't build the boost for some reason. Here's the mechanic of the fight, but again, between that and then the weird, sometimes camera works, sometimes it doesn't. Some of it's mechanics, some of it I feel like is derpiness. That's probably just the camera. Alright. Shion's healing, so that's good.
Take it down.
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful with the blazing sword and with my
Oh, I missed the Mystic Art. Oh wow. Oh god. At least he's attacking them when I'm looking at him. Like the first 2 or 3 strikes where he was behind me, I couldn't see he was attacking us.
just like that.
Come on, get my AG up.
By holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Here's a healing arc. First aid. What would I do without you?
Ah, probably a healing
It's about to
circle. Alright.
strike.
Look sharp, everyone!
Attack it.
Everyone.
Oh, Kisara's down. I'll have her res Kisara.
Right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not
And
yet.
he's in circle.
Whatever you do. Just please stay safe.
AI is smart and stays together, which it
How are we
is good.
supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it. Just watch and learn.
Boost strike. Alright, that's me.
That's enough.
Oh shit. Just one shot his ass? Hell yeah, just one shot his ass. That's the power of Alphen.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
Alright, this is for Alphen. We've got AG, nice. Resistance. There's Incineration Wave. Hey, I want to check that out. Increase evasion distance, okay. Faster charge isn't bad either. Alright, what was I tagged? AG recovery? Yeah, we can totally switch this. Incineration Wave, let's see that shit. Hell yeah. Secret key. For certain door in Calaglia. Offhand.
Good to know my training is paying off.
I can't remember what that would be, but it's fine. Alright, so she is AG restored upon defeating an enemy. Sweet. Next. Again, this would be nice if she was healing during combos. That would make her heals pop off faster. I don't really know if she's doing that or not. She's mostly full with everything else. Yeah, nothing else. I mean, last shot maybe, but otherwise, penetration would be nice. I would like the penetration. It's actually cheap as hell compared to the rest of these. Fuck it. Go for penetration stat. Rinwell. I'm guessing she's getting this just for the sake of getting penetration, but also a high level wind spell isn't bad. AG from crit hits, defeat, down damage, all useful. Faster magic charge. Resilience, maybe. BG from enemy defeats, probably, because her BG is nice. Although she's always getting fucking BG, but, you know, if it's not up. That was better. Then maybe I focus on down damage after that. Boost strike damage probably. Limit extension. I don't even know if she's been in over limit before. She still has quite a few good ones. A lot of down damage stuff. Strength and magic charge. I know the AI was using that quite a bit. But yeah, I think focusing on BG is important first. Alright. Faster AG. That's less important for him, but oh well, I already got it. He builds AG quick because of his quick attacks. Actually, no, that's not how it works. Yeah, no, AG doesn't work like that, so no. That was my misconception when I started the game. AG just feels naturally, it actually feels slower when you're attacking, so it doesn't matter if he attacks quick. None of this really matters since he's not my main party, but I'm trying to think if he was my main party. I think we should start focusing on AG stuff then. I ignored it for the most part because I had that initial misconception. So, AG on, I guess, crit hits. And we can get this tree done for both the AG thingies and then elemental attack, sure. Increased rod extension crit rate. I'm going for this tree. And hit boost gauge increase, okay. Laglia. Maybe the doors might be in front of us somewhere. I don't remember it being anywhere. Like seeing a door that we couldn't open. Volcano. Okay.
Hey, is that it over there? Judging by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch are all grown now.
It's cool. So I actually took the time to look at the meals. Basically, we need sheep and rat pig stuff. I got 2 rat pigs, we'll go 2 sheep. And then the horse to help prevent attacks. Assuming we didn't get any weapon pieces, but again, I think we crafted all the high tier weapons for everyone, because that's her farm fence, which is not high tier. Yeah, so the only weapons that are left are just miscellaneous ones, yeah. Which we'll still get, but obviously means it's not that important. We got that. Got sneeze. And I think we're good.
Alvin?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alvin.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
Okay. Let's find out what's going on with Shion. Nothing else here.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Shion? Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her own?
5 stuck, alright. Well, I guess it's from the previous 2. Is there?
Shion. Shion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Volron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how... How is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Alvin?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and
Another
uncover
song,
the
gotta
truth of
fucking
what's
mute.
unfolding here.
Alright, you have to read this, I'm sorry. Fucking DMCAs, I'm sorry guys. Yes, onward to Lenegus. And song's over. Alright. Sorry guys. I hate that we have to do that, but we have to do that. Another talk to everyone event. Alright.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegus. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Watchman? Here, just getting ready to board this ship, assuming it's gonna be fixed soon.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Let's see if we can do the ranch real quick.
Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renins. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too, to think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renins, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Just save in.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
Of course, it means
I like
owl.
it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renins finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, If we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dahna in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Okay, what these things are. Fabrication machines or something? Okay. Maybe batteries for something or another. Is this where these two are? Oh, sorry, Dohalim's at the front.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now. And those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Law's blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
Yeah, okay.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a Sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Alright, this is just the way back to the ship. Can fast travel, okay. Wait, where are we then? Other. Makes sense. Okay. Other than when the place was shifted around by the Red Woman. Good old Lenegis.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself, okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danins among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Alright. No time to chat, except for when we were chatting. Let's see. Old man.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve
And
this?
that's why we gotta fight Zeugles
You
now,
really
okay.
have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Alright. 3 strawberries. So we still have a skill tree for her for healing a certain number of people. Fancy Parfait recipe?
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
A little aggressive there, okay.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
Full of Zoogles,
But
that's why.
of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Huh?
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No,
Interesting.
I haven't.
Oh.
Neither have I.
Ah.
In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right?
Yep.
Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign, though it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure. but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that two sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes.
Yep.
We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
Some very interesting things there.
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alphen and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Okay. Ooh.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, their sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Oh, okay. A quest. Quest to get some lore. Oh, might as well do that then. Alright, so he's a supporter of Urwolsi Teledis, aka Lord Belsev. Looks after the members of his house.
Yes!
Stands against any who would harm them.
Yes!
He did his job to improve his house.
Balsev had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
There exists a most handsome man who radiates beauty, whose every word is a syllable of divine poetry. Lord Dohalim. Music is his passion, the arts his love. Scores of boorish, uncouth men of this land cannot compare to his magnificence. So refined, majestic is his posture. Thought brings me to ecstasy. Once he becomes our sovereign, Rena shall bloom anew. Shall forever be praying for his victory.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
I'm from a family that serves House Valkyris. Support Lord Ganabeld. Many think him cruel, but they're mistaken. He puts Rena's interests front and center. He just wanted to expand the exploration of Dana and exploitation of Dana for Rena's sake.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabeld also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
The area falls under sole jurisdiction of House Canaris. Lord Almadria. Only few women have competed. She squashed doubts of naysayers. Not only did she usurp her father and previous family master, but she removed her older brother, too. She stops at nothing to get what she wants. Well, that sure sounds like Almadria.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
I was reading about Volron. Always an ardent supporter of Lord Urwagel Hildress myself. Not for a sudden death, I likely still would be. I don't believe for a second about this accident. How Volron runs, don't get me started. Here he enslaves not only Danans but also Renans. His actions go against what we stand for. Never heard of his family until he became a ruler, which means he must come from the lowest dregs of society. Unheard of. And all this upheaval, what's happening to our people? Interesting.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
Yeah.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you, because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Right, quest complete, gold XP. Now what?
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
Yeah, a little
I guess
suspicious.
over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Alright. Very interesting stuff.
Doe?
Oh.
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Yeah, because it's just here. The cutscene happens, so it should put in there. Gonna be going to an inn or something? Oh.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renin oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Alright, why would we need that? We haven't done the thing yet.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
That's how long I know. Alright, so 2 sheep, 2 rat pig, and a horse. Shouldn't be anything else. Let me see if there's anything to buy, but like, what would we buy? Orange gels are almost full. We do have pineapple gels, which is the next one up. Lemon gels are at 12. Grape, next one up, we're at 2. I could buy some of them if we wanted to. Ooh, you sell heavy treats. Those are actually pretty awesome. And then we got new armor that we'll probably pick up. Diamond armor. Alright, fuck it. We have so much money. Buy some treats and heavy treats. I think treats are sold somewhere, but I think it's the first time we're seeing heavy treats being sold. Also buy some of this gel here. Let me see if we have anything to sell. Good gold chunks, alright. We haven't gotten in fights, so no new weapon, accessory.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
Oh, Kisara. And there's no reason to rest. Yeah, no reason, so we'll save. Well, I guess to rest would be for food purposes, so I guess we could go back and rest in a second. Yep, alright. Go rest. Probably about to get into the combat segments. What do we care about? Oh, we got a new recipe. This. Elemental attack up medium. Okay, so we're not gonna do that. So we can go for like the defense and all that, or I can just go for some experience. Fuck, let's do experience boosts. I'm getting low on Sebring, but that's okay for now.
Looks perfect and tastes just as good.
Alright. Here it looks like we're about to be in the combat section.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Okay.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Let's see. No elements. Let's have everyone attack the same guy.
I am Lord Dohalim of Helden Menencia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No.
Why are you not attacking that guy?
Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one. Its armor's too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
Denied!
Damn it, Satan!
Frozen?
Hammer!
And interrupt the guy that's casting. Oh, interrupted him anyways. Okay, good for you. You guys are being most annoying.
Here, let me help. Going in.
Blow away. I'll burn it all.
Go. Let's switch targets back to the other guy unless he died. He probably didn't. Strike him? Okay, never mind. Got him. Left right there.
Commander of Heaven.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros.
Yep.
The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
Well, with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Alright. Ooh, we're getting grape jail from this. Shit. Okay. That's the highest tier jail now. Okay, look at that guy.
No choice.
Alright, we got dark. Oh, okay. They're dark.
One more! Winds of heaven!
Time to shine!
These ones can run rings around us!
This one's mine!
Hurricane fight!
I'm not done. Dragon Swarm. Sword Rain Alpha. Too fast.
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Here's evil!
You're mine. No escape. Raining Slap. Dragon Swarm.
First aid! I'll be saving
Blow away.
water! Hear my call!
Destruction.
Inferno Clover! Raise evil!
You're mine.
Freeze Lancer! A whirling trouble! Hurricanes of heaven!
Oh, I keep missing with that attack because my companions are pushing them out of my range.
Annihilation!
Dragon Swarm. We did it. My turn.
Hurricane fight!
Destruction.
On guard!
Severing Wind.
Appreciate the help!
Sword Rain Alpha.
Where that came from!
Look sharp!
Destruction. Dragon Swarm.
Hurricane
Lancer!
Here I come.
Lightning wind!
Strike.
Air thrust! Do it!
Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone! This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Dark Man, now we needed that for something.
Get low!
No weak points, light, nothing else. Alright.
Ignite.
Hurricane fight!
Here's another! Raging Cascade! Here's evil!
Piercing roar!
I think I'll pass on the handshake.
Rending Blast.
Denied!
Here's a healing art!
Going in!
I know you want.
Thunder Flare!
I'll smash you!
Shining Supernova!
Dragon.
Have her get a healing circle on me. Oops, and then I used her by accident, thus canceling her. Alright, try it again.
Lightning orb!
Destruction!
Not in your dreams!
You're mine! I'm not done!
Lightning orb!
Appreciate the help.
Lightning
The
blast!
flame inside you! To be
You're
let
all
free! Wind!
Lightning blast!
Lunar Rongo! Strike there!
Light after raging storm!
Thanks!
Here! Magic!
I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Yeah, it's gonna heal. This is the perfect time. None of us are below 50, but let's see. You gotta heal on me, 'cause if I can stand strategically right there. Perfect. Everyone got healed there.
Now you see what I can do!
Ignite! No escape!
In a bind?
In here!
Destruction! Dragon Swarm!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! On guard!
Lunar blast!
Soaring Alpha! Dragon Swarm!
Burn up!
Burning Blast! No escape! Severing Wind!
Switch
You're mine! Soaring Light Spittoon!
Piercing roar! Here I go!
You're mine!
You made me angry!
He pushed me. I'm like, give me a circle there.
Soaring Alpha! I'm not done!
Lightning strike!
First aid!
Raining Blast!
Their arcs were interrupted!
Give me a second now.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
A hard-won victory.
Little help!
Do we focus on the easiest one or the most annoying one? I think we focus on the easiest one. The shield guys are really fucking annoying, but just take them out.
No further! You picked the wrong fight! I'm going in! Bring him down!
Do it! Strike! Ridwell!
Frozen!
Hammer!
He's casting a spell, so interrupt him, or don't interrupt him.
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Not on my watch! Radiant pierce!
You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
I can carve through armor!
My sealing out! We're not finished!
More with that metal!
Make it rain!
Raging Frozen!
Hammer!
The flames will
My
roar!
turn!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me!
Flaming meteor!
Come on. Get me out of this.
Soaring Alpha! Dazzle! Soaring Light Spear! Rising Dragon!
In here! Here I go!
I'll burn it all! Ah! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
There!
My turn! Dragon Swarm!
Make it rain!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Alright, we got SP. Shortcake recipe. Alright, gotta check that out. Rinwell, boost gauge from enemy defeats. Sultry is nice. Yeah, she still has quite a few good options here. Let's go with either reduced art casting during combos, or strengthened magic charge, or easier or overlimit extension. I don't remember her going an overlimit though as a thing. Go strengthen magic charge, because again, way back when we first got her, I remember the AI using that a lot. And of course, it also counts when I use her boost ability to steal those moves. So, all right, let's all target the weak guy. Perfect. Go down immediately.
Lightning Tiger Blade! My turn! You picked the wrong fight! Damn it!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! No!
Oh, that was quick. I did not even use my boost there. Oh well. I'll get it back.
I feel sprightlier than before.
We'll be filled on gel soon, aren't we? Orange gel, but otherwise no. Alright, good.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Go no!
Alright, just light and just use whatever.
Further!
Take this!
Annihilate now!
I can carve through armor! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield sword. Get behind me.
Got it!
In here!
I'll leave it to you!
Far enough.
No!
I'll be saving it this way!
Destruction! Dragon Swarm!
Not in your dreams!
Lion Owl. Time to shine.
Raining Slash!
Now you've gone and ticked me off.
Let's get behind him since he's doing all his attacks from the front. It looks like, yeah, see, she should be pulling aggro. He's so fucking big, I keep trying to get behind him and I'm just getting stuck in his fucking limbs.
Hurricane strike.
Dragon Swarm! In a bind, it's go time!
Here.
Not today!
Lightning strike.
Dragon Swarm! Here I
Think
come!
you can fly?
Here's the way!
That'll bring you down.
Destruction! Dragon Swarm!
Casting it on. Alright. Rinwell's not in it. God damn it, Rinwell.
To me.
Glacial spear!
Inferno crossing.
No escape!
Far enough.
Strike! Void Blast! Throwing lightning! You're mine! I'm not done!
Waterfall!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Ignite!
Hurricane strike. Lightning strike.
Raining Slash!
I'll take you all on.
Wow, did she get 2 Mystic Arts in this fight?
Flares and malice.
It's just the second time she's gone to over limit.
Hurricane strike.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Lunar arc.
Light Spear! Blow away!
Raging cast healing circle!
Thanks.
I was hoping it'd be on me.
Winds of heaven! Force!
Attack time! Void Flash!
I'm all
Mirage! Destruction!
I'm sure I can serve our boosts.
No limits!
There we go, good.
Now. Law, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
That was a little close for comfort.
Let's see. Came from behind me, okay. And right is a dead end. We're gonna lose our combo. Oh, well, maybe we won't lose the combo.
No
Alright,
choice!
they all need to be locked up right there. Did that hit all 4? No way.
Take this!
You could use a hand.
Burn in hell!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
Thanks!
Radiant, look here! Switch
Sword Rain Alpha!
This one's mine.
Destruction! Dazzle!
Mega
Lunar Light Spear!
Annihilation! Now Mega Ray!
Crush! You're mine! I'm not done!
Piercing roar.
Sword Rain Alpha! My turn!
Gravitas
Destruction!
I'm gone.
Dragon Swarm!
Searing flame!
Raining Slash!
Here's a darkest sky! First aid!
Destruction! Dragon Swarm!
This one's
Lightning
mine.
Thrust! Take this!
Make it rain! I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
A whirling
My turn!
circle.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Shion,
Go for it!
prepare to crumble.
Sighted.
Now!
One more.
Soaring Light Spear!
Going in.
Mirage! Dragon Swarm!
Make it rain.
Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Cross!
Don't get complacent.
Lucky Hex Breaker. Combo just ended. Oh well, that's fine. So let's see. Give her last shot. I think she's going in this tree for penetration. So give her an explosion. Isara, increased elemental after guarding, or just increased attack in general after guarding. I'm gonna give her this tree, increased attack when surrounded. He gets this tree for a huge attack boost. Not that he's in the main party, but you know, whatever. Go for a cure, why not? An upgraded heal for him. I think we're at 7 artifacts. We get one more artifact and we got that.
You can't get out of this! Here I come!
Radiant lightning orb! Water!
Lightning Slash! I won't show you any mercy! Now we're not
Feel!
Dragon Swarm!
Locked and loaded! Freeze! I'll heal you all!
Denied! Strike! Destruction! Dragon Swarm! You're mine! Lightning Thrust! Soaring Light Spear! Sword Rain Alpha!
Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Not a chance! Aim crush! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Destruction!
Air thrust!
Fire support! Crush! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! This one's all mine! Destruction! Dragon Swarm! Sword Rain Alpha! Be still! Raining Slash! Take this!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Seems about right to me.
Out of our way!
Yeah, wait for these guys to all group up here.
Fight you today! Damn it! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
That guy's still in the back, so we won't do that.
Lightning orb!
I can read your moods like a book.
Why's that guy just chilling in the back and not coming close?
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher!
You're mine!
Oh, switch targets.
The enemy wields art too.
We'll soon see about that! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. My turn.
Radiant defeated!
Here we go. There it is.
I'll be saving this one!
Fire in the hole! Radiant Slash! Severing Wind!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Here I
Not a chance.
Go!
Destruction! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Dragon Swarm!
Freeze Lantern!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
With this, I can become even stronger!
Going after this tree. Alright, that's this entire area. Got a teleporter here.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Really, let's change his outfits. Unless we somehow get new outfits again. Tomorrow we can go to like what I feel like are my final outfits. So we'll give this one a chance since we haven't seen it yet.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What?
Tormented
I've never known
limbs. Okay. Everyone got 3 points. Dark. Okay. We should just be good to go with whatever we want.
Like that before?
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zugals, then we get some answers.
What Zoogles? No other Zoogles?
In here!
Not today!
Piercing roll!
Swirling Alpha! You're mine! I'm not done!
Piercing roll!
Uh-oh, whoa-oh, whoa-oh, whoa-oh. Thank you.
Try harder! Now!
This one's mine.
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning strike.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down. Lunar Heart.
Try this!
Oh, we never checked out Incineration. Oh wait, I don't think I didn't unlock it yet. Never mind.
Going in.
Alright. He's casting something, not sure if it's Healing Circle, but sounds like she's healing now.
Try harder! Not a chance! Dragon Swarm!
Now you see what I can do!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it. That'll bring you down. Think you can fly?
Be still! This one's all mine!
Hear my call. Spread. Glacial Spear.
Be still!
Lightning Meteor. Inferno. Freeze.
We may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Going in. Hear my do it.
Destruction! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone. Here's a healing art.
Alright, good, she's healing now.
Strike. Water.
Dragon Swarm!
Lunar Arc.
Eat dirt! Be still!
It's about to strike.
Look sharp, everyone!
Raging cascade.
Try harder! Try harder! You'll pay for that!
I'll heal you all.
Try harder! Not a chance!
Seal. Healing circle. More
I'll
for
bring
the
you back from death's abyss.
Is this it?
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Hit. Okay, now we're suddenly all getting downed. Shion's getting resurrections in. Not good.
Can't get out of this!
Let's see.
This should do it!
Train.
Damn it, she healed me. Wow.
Sword Rain out!
Where are you going?
You're mine!
It's weakened.
No escape! This ends now!
Now you see what I can do!
Prepare to be
Lightning
seized!
strike. Far enough. Hear my call.
Not today!
Water after
You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Take this.
Lightning thrust!
Flaming meteor. Inferno crossing.
Force blast!
On guard.
Stop!
Not on my watch.
Is this it?
Tried to fucking roll away from that and I couldn't. I was in the middle of an attack.
Where we want him. It's time to end this battle. I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Hurricane down. You're off.
Not done yet!
You.
This one's mine.
Now you see what I can do!
Need to pull myself together. Hurricane strike.
In a bind?
Destruction!
healing art.
Dragon
Shield.
Swarm!
First aid.
The
Raging
flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Lunar arc. Here it comes. Focus.
On your toes, everyone.
Try harder! Now!
Guardian Reel. I'm
healing
needing
Ignite!
This one's mine. Watch him.
Dazzle!
This one. Need to pull myself
Lightning
together.
thrust!
Light astral energy.
Rising
Dance in
Phoenix!
the wind.
Take this!
In here.
How about this?
Warp
Try
is
this.
ready.
Rending
I'll
blast!
heal you all. Lightning orb.
Inferno crossing.
Wind.
This one's mine.
Strike!
Close one.
I'll take you all on.
Shouldn't do it.
Flare Demolisher. This one, make it rain.
All yours, Kisara!
Now it's just her!
Faria! Can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
Right. Let me just check over here really quick. Can't anything. Alright, I'm going to save the game and then go to the bathroom and then we'll continue.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
That vision we saw, it was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens.
Okay.
I just need a little
Let's do a
time
manual
first.
save.
I want to make sure I go into whatever comes next completely prepared.
Interesting.
Soon, I have to be ready to face anything. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
If the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Will be shut down. Project will cease its final phase. Pipes of astral energy. Obviously, it has been used in a while. I mean, it was used. They had people in the chambers. Duh. That it? Alright. Oh, wait. Operating table. Alright.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Danan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Course. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Is there actually something to read? Oh shit, there is. Alright, Sovereign. Ideal candidates possess equal affinity for every astral element. That's rare, so most subjects die. This is the only way to do it. There's no alternative methods. Alright, so that's all we really get from that. Nothing too specific, just that it's super rare, you know, because they need someone who's like the Avatar, master of all the elements. And then they need the Maiden to add the dark astral element, since the Danans don't have the dark element there. So that's what I was wondering, because Rena is the only place with dark, whereas Dana has everything else. So neither Sovereign or Maiden are to be informed about the details of the plan. So mental instability in the Maiden has been an issue in the past. Interesting. So yeah, the Maiden's there to provide, you know, emotional support, but also the dark element. But Maidens, at least one of them, had a history of mental instability. Huh. And by that, they probably mean just the fact that the Maiden wasn't okay with what was going on. And to them, that means mental instability, but I never really know. But she doesn't support slavery? She must be mentally unstable. Wait, what? There was something here to pick up? Oh, I didn't see that. Thank you, minimap. That grape jail's been sitting here for who knows how long. Good life bottles, okay.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen. That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
I don't know, this is not like a dungeon, so it's seemingly leading up to something big very soon. Getting some answers here. Oh, this looks similar to the that organic place we were earlier. Yep.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course.
That's where a ceremony happens.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening.
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following?
Let's get rid of these
We're all in this
wings.
together,
This is the second
Shion.
time an
You
important
included.
scene was like blocked by the wings.
Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori.
Yeah, they crave too much attention, exactly.
So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
Is the reason for your curse.
the thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Alright, last maiden elemental attack, not bad. Max AG. Advanced healing heart that restores all allies' HP. It costs 80 CP though. Ooh, restore CP end of battle while effects are active. Okay, so that's another one. Can reduce that. Alright. What were we going for? this, which was just an explosion for like a good damage dealer. Let's go ahead and just revitalize, dude. That costs 80 CP. For instance, Healing Circle is 24 CP, and that, I don't know the exact number, but it at least heals 50%, if not like 75%. And most of the time, it's like 3 people. So like, I think this is going to be like not worth it for the CP. What, you know what I could do? I could turn it off as like an auto thingy and have it be a manual thing that I do, but even that, I don't think it's going to be worth it. Like, best case scenario, if all 4 of us are in the Healing Circle, again, it's like 50%, maybe 75% for only 24 CP. Worst case scenario, it heals 2 of us, usually. So even getting 2 Healing Circles is still going to be half as expensive as this. And it might not restore all HP, but it restores most of it. But usually restores all of it, so I just don't think it's worth it. CP back would be nice. Do like the penetration though. And I think the original CP back, it was giving me like 2 CP. Now I don't know if that was percent based or what. Because if it was percent based, that was probably only like 3 or so percent. So even if this doubles it, it's not gonna be much. But it does pay off in the long run. I think I'm still gonna focus on these 2 and then go for the CP. Ooh, okay. Weapon, armor.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
That's a good point. CP isn't really an issue right now. I'm still going to hold out because I do want to get that penetration, but we can get that. The good news is this is super cheap. It's only 600 SP, which is nice. So I can grab that whenever. But I can either set it as a strategy where I'm thinking maybe like 3 people at 50% she uses it, or again I can just shut off the auto use and do it manually. But no, that's a good point. CP isn't really an issue because, you know, I'm still playing as if I don't have a lot of gels. Like, the intent is not to use the gels, but like even when we have to use them, we still have plenty spares, and I haven't really bought any in terms of like orange gels and whatever the next one up is. So yeah, that's a very good point. CP is not really an issue at this point either. Alright, so let's see. This is from a while ago. So she did equip that. Good. Means I equipped mine. Nice. And we have new outfits too. And he just equipped his thingy. I don't even remember what we were using before. I was just curious what the increase was. Oh, it's this one. Atonement. 75-ish more. Okay. Okay, we'll wear these for now. Let's go mess around. Just for now, taking that off. I think that's all we need. Again, for tomorrow, I'll finalize outfits. Let me take off the horns, too. Kind of interesting, there's not that many hats in the game. Like, you know, I'll say, like, they're all head icon, but, you know, like, hat-style thingies. So, horns, ears. Basically about it. You get a halo, crown, some bird thingies. There's not, like, you know, actual hats or whatever. Although, we haven't gotten everything yet. Alright, I'll do the rest of these later. Let's see. Anything else that we need to mess with? Don't think so. Keep saving. So at least in terms of the ceremony, it's kind of generally what I was assuming. I feel like the ceremony was for, like, you know, stealing the astral energy from Dana. And so then the question is, well, then what's the Sovereign for? Because we know the Sovereign and the Maiden, they balance each other out, so that makes sense. So then what are they needed for? Maybe they're the power, they're the you know, the spirit through which they can then absorb that energy from Dana. So that's kind of what my guess beforehand, what the ceremony is, and it seems to be pretty much the case right there. But then, of course, we get to reveal about the thorns and all that. And it still makes sense. That's what the Maiden saw, that, you know, there's some sort of destruction, probably Dana or whatever. So she stopped that, which then internalized the power, which then created thorns for her ancestors. Okay. All making sense. Still gotta find out about the Red Woman, though. And still just short sections. Very suspicious.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Uh-oh. Well.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place, it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back.
Probably gonna be a cutscene after this.
Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Top secret area. Alright, again, there is nothing I want to do. Don't need to change anything. As always, after the fight, and we see if we die or whatever, I can always change accessories. Seems like we still fast travel, so if we needed to, we can always craft accessories. I can always turn off arts. None of that needs to be done right now. We do have the next tier gels. Grape gels, so I can change that from peach gel to grape gel. Wow, actually, we have the next two tiers. We got lemon and then grape. Alright. Change that. Oh, it shouldn't be proccing, obviously, because we got the heals, but just in case it does. Is there just like a... No, there's no specific, just heal gel, so that's alright, grape gel. Everything else that needs to be turned on is turned on. It's all good. Yeah, I think we are good to go.
bull run. He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Oh, once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
I'm not feeling particularly... talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Switch to offense! Denied!
This one's mine! Sword Rain Alpha! Dragon Swarm!
I can carve through armor!
No escape! Dragon!
Back into the fray!
Hook shot! Sword Rain Alpha!
Flaming meteor!
Mirage!
Let me help! No chance! I never
me! Yours to be let free!
Will this help?
Did you get interrupted? Damn it.
I'm ready to go. Their arcs were interrupted.
That would have healed her as well, but she got interrupted back out of the zone. Never heal herself again.
I have no limits! Destruction! Sword Rain Alpha!
I'm not switching to you to summon circle still. Oh, yeah, they all share health. Yep.
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar!
We have two options. Either we all target one guy, or we all target different people. The idea being staggering. If we can each stagger one of them, that means they get less attacks off. But the question is, can we each stagger one of them? Or do we all have to gang up on one to stagger that one? I'm gonna go on the guess that we can't really stagger them individually, although we have been able to do that. You know what, let's try to each target someone different in the hopes that, you know, me and her can stagger one, and then the two magic users can hopefully stagger the third. Because if they're staggered, again, that means they get less attacks out. So we'll see. It doesn't really matter because the AI is just switching to me anyway. Okay, we are using the great gels. Oh god. Great, thank you. Let's play it safe, give her a heal right now. We have lemon gel, which is perfect. I can do that every now and then, just pop some people off that might need some heals, like me. With these shitty healing ones that we have that we don't really care about, we can always buy because we have so much money. Doing good so far though. Now is a good time for you to heal. Put it on me, even though I don't need it, because I can position myself between Xion, if I can find where Xion is, right here. There. Alright, we're about to get the 50% thingy. I don't know if it's going to proc though, because there's multiple enemies. Didn't? Okay, it's fine. They haven't cast any spells yet, so we're going to go ahead and use Rinwell finally. Although, a lot of the time, well, not a lot of times, but some of the times, they don't cast spells until like they're very low in health. It's like, god damn it, where's my Rinwell? But I think we're good. Cool. Okay, you're gonna heal me? Are you gonna heal me? No, you're not gonna heal me? Okay. Well, now she's casting heal. She has to be. I'm gonna use a really shitty heal on me, just... maybe. Perfect. Right. Just say, I don't really know how... It looks like they're not really using light attacks too much, even though these guys are weak to light attacks. Thankfully, pretty much all of Kisara's things are light. Well, I mean, she has good elements too, but a lot of light. But the mages, who have tons of everything, seem to be using pretty much anything and not just light. Alright. That was a first aid. Oh god, okay. Let's use this. Come on. Oh god. I tried to get out of that and I was gonna fuck on. Damn it, I have a mystic and everything. That's alright. You know what? Let's use a life bottle because we're gonna need to get some heals out. I'm gonna put it on me. Damn. Xion and Rinwell. Oh yeah, they're both back there. Alright, so I can run back to them. Yeah, they're right here. Perfect.
Just what I needed. Dragon form! I'll fix you up. Here I come. The flame inside me. You're to be let free.
Fear throbs in pain.
Lightning strike! Time to shine!
Here I come.
Hurricane strike!
Armor won't save you.
So we kind of, when they did that crazy ass move, got fucked on, but otherwise we're doing pretty good here. Okay, let's get a heal. She's healing someone. I'm gonna assume Rinwell, if I can find Rinwell. Rinwell! There, okay. Alright, she's gonna heal Kisara now. The soul here. Breaking that move.
I won't give up. You'll pay for that.
Here's a healing arm. Looks up. I'll fix you up.
Take that.
How about this?
Not today.
Hurricane strike.
The armor won't save you.
Feel.
Dragon.
I'll be saving this way. Hurricane strike. Lightning strike.
No further. Here I come.
In here.
Alright, we're about to get it.
I'm nearly done for.
No, they're nearly down for it. Damn it. No, that's alright. Man, I would have preferred not to be down when we finished it, but damn it.
Stop your life. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Okay, that was my fault. I was trying to get the finishing blow with my, like, up-close move. So I was trying to be flashy. Although it wasn't really flashy, but stylistic. And it killed me. So I missed with both of them, and then got down.
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it! We need to go. Alpin!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renaissance too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
And well, that was definitely awesome. Alright. Still have a lot of questions. We're getting some answers, but As usual, answers lead to more questions. Wait, we're just going all the way back now? Head back towards there. Oh, we can't fast travel anyway, okay. So what is on Rena? Always that possibility, like, you know, Rena was destroyed or something, and Lenegis is the last of the Renans and stuff like that. But it doesn't really answer, like, what the fuck is going on, but, you know, in terms of just specifically Rena. Like, each individual thing has multiple possibilities. Could be awesome. Right, that was the heal for the boss fight, yeah. We'll use it anyway, whatever. Oh, I can also bring the points. Finally, we can see Incineration Wave, see what that's about. Ooh. That might be post-game, though. And I don't think I need to hold out for that. We know those dungeons were level, what, like 50 and 60. I'm assuming that's what those are from, those dungeons. Penetration as well as AG, that'd be a nice tree to max out. Vision distance is always nice, but I think the penetration and the faster AG... Yeah, faster AG, easier evading, and then 40 penetration. All those sound really nice to me. So we'll tag that. Alright, he's maxing this tree out. AG on enemy defeat. And he's getting Cure. Should be getting... Again, we have 7 artifacts if they count the DLC stuff, so maybe I'll tag something, but we'll probably hold out on him to see.
That's my cue!
Shut him down! Now or never! I'm not done! Damn it! It's too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up!
I'm out of hurricane!
Take this!
Far beyond the darkest sky! Hurricane!
Dazzle! Eat dirt!
There! Got you! Inferno!
Here I come!
I can do it all day! Here goes! Meteor!
Blow away!
Inferno! Now! Shion! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
No chance!
I'm all stuffed up!
Dragon Form!
Do it! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Not a chance!
Annihilation!
Destruction!
Crescent move!
I drink you! Lightning!
No escape! It's over!
Arctic!
You're mine!
Freeze! Annihilation!
Going in!
Torment Alpha!
Okay.
Oh, too shy to come over.
You're finished.
Here.
A hard-won victory.
Alright, wow, we have to go through all of this? God damn it. They're tight corridors. Although... there's that one group, and then most of the other ones aren't here. Okay, here's a group. But... got away? Okay.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Dohalim. BG, defense. improved healing arts, I guess. What's he going to... Oh, I was holding it for that, so we'll tag this. Wait to see if we get a relic or
Looks
artifact.
like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Alright. And we can't fast travel. Wonder if we're gonna be locked out for the rest of the game. We'll see. Let me say it. I'm gonna be ending soon. But if it does open fast travel, that'd be the perfect time to end it. Otherwise, we'll go for another around 10 or so more minutes here. Follow the pathway through. Great visual, just not looking up most of the time, but like, looks really awesome. Alright, this is the first zone, I think, right? Yep, okay. Back to the ship.
Thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Yep, okay, that's the reveal I figured would happen. Yes, Rena's been destroyed, or, you know, whatever it is. Still awesome, though. So, really quick guess here. Maybe they're draining the astral energy from Dana in an attempt to revive Rena? I don't know.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
A flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
All right. Where are we? With that mystery, we will end it here, but definitely lots of revelations. Still plenty of answers here. I'm going to save the game in a new slot because I never checked the merchant if we had new weapons. I don't think we will, but I'll have to reload that save and see. But yeah, lots of new things, both learned and now new questions. We're going to Rena. So there's a chance we finish this tomorrow. If I had to guess, I'd say we will, but who knows? Either way, again, the game has been really awesome, and it just keeps on going and going in the best possible way. It doesn't wear on you. There's just always something to strive for. Mostly story. Again, they did a great job with the story. Very interesting. Really some cool ideas here and there. And again, you know, I love piecing together theories and whatnot, and so far my theories generally are coming true, although it's in the best possible way. These theories were only recent for me. They did such a great job of having this mystery and not really revealing much at all, but still keeping it, you know, engaging. So by the time I was able to formulate a theory, they were just about to reveal the truth. And that's really cool because, again, it's not like they ignored this story for a while and they suddenly picked it back up. If you look at what they did, it kind of seems that way. Like, you know, there was a big gap where there wasn't huge revelations to the story. But they didn't ignore it, it kept going. It's because of these little moments and these characters. It was the character progression and then the story progression, and it was just so fun, and that's what keeps the game going. A game like this that's long, which of course, you know, relatively compared to other JRPGs and Tales games, it's shorter, but compared to normal games, it's still a long game. And this is what keeps it going. It keeps things fresh. You know, the story just keeps evolving and growing. It's not just one big moment after another. There's these little moments, it's these characters, this growth. It's just all so awesome. So whether we finish it tomorrow or not, this has been a really, really, really good game. Definitely one of my favorite games of the year, for sure. I honestly haven't heard I mean, I've heard praise for it, but it hasn't been mentioned as among the best games of the year that I know of. Maybe it has, and I haven't been paying attention. But for me, I would say it definitely is one of the best games of the year for me, for sure. So I can't wait for more tomorrow. Whether we finish it, I don't know. But it should definitely be awesome.